Sheriff?
The NC block the whole road.
Oh, no, we're after this place.
And it's easy to get out.
You ready, Judge?
Yes, sir.
Hear ye, hear ye. Chambers County Commissioner Court, come to order. Honorable Jimmy Sylvia presiding.
All right, Chambers County Commissioner Court come to order. It's Tuesday, June the 25th, 2024. Scheduled 9:30 a.m. and it is now 9:37 a.m. You'll all rise. On the all, if you'll lead us, please.
Judge, we think this week, Tuesday, and next week's what, July 4th?
Yes, sir.
Really be in prayer for our. Lord, we thank you for the Commissioner's Court. Again, I ask you that your wisdom, prevail. Vision, search their hearts. You blessed us. Our country. Come back to it. You'd be great.
Everyone think about one place. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Ms. Sadie. Hi, for the record, Commissioner Hammond is not present today. First on the agenda, citizens' comments. I don't know if he's a citizen, but he's a commissioner. Commissioner Collins, Billy, if you'll come on out.
Morning, Commissioner.
Morning. Morning, everybody.
Good morning, Bill.
Good to be here. Good to be on this side. You know, what I'm going to talk about, it's near and dear to my heart, so bear with me.
Take time.
You guys know I've always been a long-time advocate of safety on our roads. You know, when I was on the court, I fought hard to get separation between heavy haul, our passenger vehicles, to get more roads in, get fair scoring for rural counties so that we can get the monies out of HGAC that we so rightfully deserve, and had some success. Some of the balls we started are in action now. Commissioner Dagley, I appreciate you picking the ball up, carrying it. Well, today, a little bit different twist. Most of you know what happened with my son. And the roads didn't kill my son. Some idiot driver did. Just not paying attention to where he was going. And there's nothing any of us can do to stop idiot drivers. We can't do it. You know, this guy was driving without a license, so his license had already been taken away. That didn't matter. But in any event, what this court can do and what we can do, we can try to make our roads safer for our cyclists and our pedestrians. We can do that. You know, I have to look down here because I'm sorry. It just hurts bad. We can't bring him back. You know, nothing's going to bring him back. But while I was on the TPC, you know, I learned one thing, and active transportation was a very hot buzzword. It really was. And active transportation, what that means is cycling or walking. And, you know, every year, millions and millions and millions of dollars goes to put in walk, bike trails in the urban areas. But in the rural areas, we're not getting anything. You know, we don't get it. I remember 2 years ago, sitting on the TPC and Bike Houston came in, and, you know, when they were bragging about having bike trails in all 9 counties. And so, you know, I just said, I'm sorry, but please tell me where they are in Chambers County. where there are none. They made a mistake, there are none. It's the only county there are no bike trails on. So, we need to be fighting to get our fair share of funds from TPC. We can't give up that fight, because trust me, the cards were stacked against us to begin with. So we got to keep trying there. But, the county, we got county roads, and right now we're finishing up the the transit plan. My mind's going blank here, but we're finishing it up. We're building new roads. We need to look in every design. I ask of this court right now that you adopt a policy, every road design and everything you do, that you look at cycling and pedestrian traffic. I'm a cyclist too, long-time cyclist. My son was born into it because I did it. He started riding a bike when he was 4 years old. Started racing BMX when he was 5. When he barely turned 5. He was a very avid and experienced cyclist. He's done several full Ironman. I can't tell you how many thousands of miles he and I rode on each other's wheels. He was training for his Ironman again. He was ready to do another one. And he was out doing what he legally got a right to do, ride his bicycle on our roads. Like I said before, our roads did not kill my son. An idiot driver did. But you look at where he was riding and where it was. There are no shoulders. There's a little short shoulder there, but you got to cross these grooves that are put in the road. I'm trying to remember what they're called. They're rumble strips, or the edge line rumble strips. And if you hit one of those rumble strips on these bikes with 110 PSI in a little 1-inch wide tire, you're going to bust it. You can't cross it. You can't do it. You're going to crash. Adrian's birthday was 3 weeks to the day before he got killed. And for his birthday, he wanted a new cycling computer and a radar that amounted to the back of his bike. And he had that radar on his bike, and that radar let him know when cars are behind him. He knew someone was behind him. I don't know what the thoughts were. I wasn't there. I can't say. I do know the guy made no attempt to miss my son whatsoever. None. On a very straight road and a very clear day. He made no attempts. No skid marks, no nothing. No, just run right over him. But had he been able to get off to the shoulder, he would at least had a chance. I don't know if that would have happened or not. I can't say. But my ask of this court, it's going to be a TPC and everything. Look out for cyclists. We're out there. We ride. You're doing Kilgore Parkway. You're doing the Chambers Parkway and stuff. There's going to be a lot of pedestrians potentially from those subdivisions going back and forth over to 146. I don't know what the extra cost is going to be. I know there's some extra costs, but I've heard it said the only safe bike lane is a separated bike lane. Well, you and I both know that's not going to happen. It ain't. I wished it would. In a perfect world, yeah, but it's not. But we can put shoulders on our roads. We can design our roads, and we can look out for cycling safety. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Billy. Heart goes out to you, man. What? AC is, you're gonna wait till AC till the, okay, Mike Fry. Mike, come on. You have 3 minutes, sir.
It's up for the abatement.
Is that for the abatement? You wanna wait till? Okay, we'll wait on that one also. Sorry, I'm kind of speechless second.
Yeah.
In fact, let's have a moment of silence for Billy and his family. All right, 1.2, we're going to pull. 2.1, discuss and consider presentation 2023 annual comprehensive financial report and single audit report by Priscilla Brown and Hill. Aaron?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Kent kind of tells, how 2023 looked for y'all. financially. Just
For
definitely
y'all, you're not part of?
for everybody. Just want to thank everybody, you know, who kind of worked on the audit. You know, you have to go and hunt people down and talk to a bunch of folks, and so it's definitely a marathon for sure. Definitely couldn't do it without Bess over there. She definitely helps me out a whole lot. So after that, I'll let kind of Kent go through it.
Thanks. Morning. How are y'all doing today?
Morning. State your name for the record, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Kent Willis. I'm a partner with Patillo, Brown and Hill, based out of Waco. So I'm here to present the 2023 annual financial audit. My intention is to keep it kind of high level. I'll dip into some financial statement information, fund balance. I really just want to present the results of the audit, how do we do basically, and then of course, as I go through, if you got a question, if you want to drill down into any details, we can get into the debits and credits if you want to. I'm here for that, so just let me know. To echo what Aaron said, I want to thank him and Bess and really everybody that was involved in the audit. The list of information that we request at the beginning of an audit, it's over 100 items. It's a lot. And it really just seems to grow when we uncover things or have a question. Hey, I need this. Hey, I need that. So it is a large task. It's not just on the county auditor's office. Really anybody in the county who's following policies and doing the right thing every day is what makes for a good audit. So got some good news to present today. Hope you'll follow along as I go through it. I'm going to start with the Chambers County Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. Nice cover on it. If you want to follow along, I'll point out some page numbers. The first thing I wanted to point out would be page 1. A good place to start. Page 1. So this is our independent auditor's report, or the opinion letter. It's a little bit of a dry read, but it's a very good summary of how an audit went. So,
Good time's up. No, I'm just kidding.
oh no, that's short. All right, so as this letter indicates, and as I just told you, we did finish the audit for the fiscal year ended 12/31/2023. What an audit looks like from an audit perspective, as this letter kind of describes, it's basically our intention is to come before you at the end of an audit and describe, are the financial statements you see in this document materially correct? And so we dedicate about 4 weeks of time with an audit senior, a couple of staff, myself, and a manager on the audit. And our goal is to basically almost every number you see in this report, in this document, if you kind of thumb through, we've got to do some sort of procedure over it to make sure it's accurate. So to put that in perspective, your general fund, if you looked at page 16, top left of page 16, general fund, cash and cash equivalents, $48,931,000. So when we start the audit, your county auditor and his staff provides us information. They tell us, hey, Chambers County has $48 million in the bank. My job as the auditor is not to just accept that. Okay, I trust Aaron for sure, but I've got to do some procedures. We have to be skeptical. How do I know that information is accurate? Well, for your cash balances, I can actually go to your bank and say, hey, tell me how much did you have at 12/31/20. So that's a very high level of assurance. Your bank tells me how much cash you had. But we do the same kind of thing all the way down the balance sheet, all the across the income statements. How do I know this number is right? I do trust Aaron and his team, but I've got to be skeptical and perform some procedures over these numbers to make sure that they're correct. That's on page 1, kind of what that letter talks about is what are the procedures we did, what standards do we follow, and on the top of page 1, you'll see a paragraph titled Opinions. That's the summary of how did you do. And we were able to issue what's called an unmodified opinion, which is the new fancy term for a clean opinion. And that's the highest level of assurance we can provide on an audit of financial statements. So quite literally as good as it gets for an audit. So pleased to report a clean opinion and no findings audit. Can I answer questions about the audit process before I kind of turn on to some other items? Or
Any questions?
good news. All right, so before we leave this document, follow me to the general fund income statement, which is on page 19. So we're turning our attention to more looking at the financial statement, financial position of the general fund. How are we looking financially? So page 19, general fund is the far left-hand column. I'm just going to kind of walk down the page and look back and see how the general fund did in 2023. So start at the top, towards the top. Total revenue $64 million. Come down the page a little bit more. Total expenditures $66 million. So you spent a little bit more than you brought in from an operating standpoint. But we had some other stuff going on down at the bottom of the page, namely sale of capital assets, $9.98 million down there. So really our net change in fund balance was $7.8 million. That's an increase in fund balance of 7. All of that was driven by that sale of capital assets, right? Operationally, you had a little bit of a loss of $2 million. You sold that land for $9.9 million, which turned into an increase in fund balance for the year.
Yeah, which we knew that was gonna happen.
Yeah. You know, buy the land.
That's right. So a lot of times the question for us, the auditor, is how much fund balance should we have? How much is too much? How much is too little? And that's a long conversation. Every county is different. We could talk for hours about what it looks like for you. But let me put it into perspective for you how we look at fund balance for the county. So what we do is we'll take ending fund balance of $43.8 million. We're going to divide that into your total expenditures number up above $6 million. That gives us about 66%. I think your policy bare minimum is 25%, so you're well above that. It's good financially. Let's turn that into months. So you multiply that by 12 months, you get 8. Basically 8 months. That's how long you could last on your fund balance. Let's imagine January 1st, you suddenly had no revenue. That's a calamity, right? How long could you last on your fund balance? 8 months. That's a very strong position to be in for the county. For a coastal county, when you have a lot of unknowns with storms and things, and just general unknowns of running a local government in the environment we're in today, where you have less control over your revenues, right? You can't just go increase your revenues. That's more difficult now. And with rising costs, everybody knows how everything's more expensive these days. 8 months is a very good place to be for a county your size and of your location here in Texas. So very strong financial position. Can I answer questions about that? Talk more about it? I'd be happy to.
Questions?
All good?
Oh, go ahead.
Okay. Good financial position, good clean audit. Let's turn on to the smaller document here. It's bound, a little white spiral binding on it. Called the single audit report. And if you would, turn to pages 6 and 7. Okay, so we're turning our attention, what we just looked at, what we just talked about was what you normally think about with an audit, balance sheets, income statements. This is a little different scope. This is what we call a single audit or a grant audit, compliance audit. There's different terms for it. What we're looking at on pages 6 and 7 is a listing of the federal grant expenditures for the county during the fiscal year 2023. If you look at the grand total on page 7, it's $7.2 million. That's federal dollars that were provided to the county you spent on various projects. So basically each line on these 2 pages is a federal grant. Our job as an auditor is to come in and we look at page 7, we look at the total. If that grand total is over $750,000, which you certainly are and you have been for years, it triggers another audit. We have to come in and we have to select one or more of the grants that you see on these 2 pages. We have to drill down into the detail. Right? There are strings attached when you get these dollars. You have to follow rules, compliance. So our job, the feds ask us to come in and same thing. Did you follow the rules? One or more of the grants on these 2 pages. So we actually selected for the fiscal year 2023 the coronavirus funding 21.027 or ARPA is what a lot of us call it, and you'll see that in the middle of page 6. It's about $4,596,000 that you spent during. So we come in, do the feds work for them in a way, and make sure that y'all follow the rules, spend the money on the right thing. Did you report to the feds when they ask you to? All that good stuff. So I'd like to report again. We have to issue an opinion on this area, and we have a clean opinion here as well. Choose to report on how you spent the money, on how you complied with the feds rules for that particular program. So again, as good as it gets for a single audit, as well as for the financial statement audit. So another good year. Happy to be able to report some good news to you guys today.
Yeah, we're happy you can report it.
I bet you are. Can I answer any questions or drill down anything? Aaron, is there something you'd like to comment on? Okay. Anything else I can answer?
Anybody?
Like a clean report?
Good news.
All right, so we appreciate it. Aaron, you and your staff, Bess, thank you all for your hard work. I'll entertain a motion to accept these.
So moved.
We're on to, motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Dagley. No questions, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, Dwayne's not back, so we're gonna skip down. Natalie, you out there? All right, let's go to come on. All right.
Okay,
We have a guest here, AC, so I'm gonna go to his house. Just in case he's got something important he's gotta go do. Get his hair waxed, head waxed or something.
I've got a tea
Like
time.
me. Alright, 4.5. Discuss consider updating Chambers County subdivision criteria manual and drainage manual. You wanna speak first, AC, or you wanna let her? Okay.
okay, so essentially what we're asking for is to be able to start updating our subdivision manual and drainage criteria manual. We need to make it a new norm to where we're updating them every 2 years, just to make sure we're keeping up with the current standards and things of that nature. In this update, we're going to include a few elements regarding definitions, updating, I was gonna say, including a traffic impact analysis manual within the subdivision manual to have better guidance on whenever these traffic impact analyses are submitted to the county, and clean up that process. And I know there was other elements that I'll let Ryan kind of speak on that we've been working on trying to get addressed.
Yeah, so one of the things that I've asked the engineering department to do is look at our subdivision requirements when it comes to subdivision developments across the county, and add some clarity in the drainage part of that process. There's some I don't want to call it gray area, but there's always this question about who maintains what, whose responsibility is to maintain it. And right now we have it on the manual that we require the plats to be recorded a certain way with notes on the plats. Am I saying that right?
Yes.
And that's great, but we also want to add some more language in these manuals about areas and then subdivisions that are privately maintained drainage ditches outside of roadside ditches. So obviously the roadside ditches are always maintained by the county. When we take the roads over, the roadside ditches we usually clean out. But a lot of these subdivisions have linear retention areas behind the houses that go into detention ponds, and the homeowners or the HOAs are not maintaining these areas adequately to facilitate their drainage, more or less the drainage that flows through them from TxDOT into the drainage system. And so what we're wanting to do is create a little more clarity in the subdivision manual that tells the developer that here's what you have to do, and if you don't maintain these areas, the county is going to maintain. We don't have the obligation, but we have the right, and that's the clarity I want. I do not want to take any obligation on the taxpayer to do these. Our first line of defense is as asking and requesting the HOAs and the private subdivision developers and the homeowners to maintain these areas. But our second line of defense, in being a coastal county, as we all know, commissioners, is also to be able to make sure we have our drainage adequate for storm events, and to go in there and clean these out. What it also adds is it adds us the ability, the transportation code that we can also operate under adds the ability that we we can bill them for this. I mean, if we get to a subdivision that just is flat out not wanting to do this and not wanting to maintain anything and just saying, well, look, you're gonna do it anyway, so we're just not gonna do it. We have the ability to go back and bill these HOAs or these owners to recoup any costs we're associated with it if we so choose. And so we just want to add some clarity to it. I mean, I think that's one of the main items that we're going to do. We're going to look at a lot of different language. I think another item we're going to do is, I've heard we'll potentially maybe rename is that right?
The what?
Corey wanted to add change the name of subdivision manual and
Oh, it's subdivision land development
Yeah, but-
manual, because
yeah.
that's the other confusion too. We use a subdivision manual on all new development.
Yeah.
Just because it's named a subdivision doesn't necessarily mean a residential
That's right.
subdivision is when
Sometimes it's
land's
not a
being
subdivision,
subdivided.
so yeah.
Yeah, sometimes there's some confusion from the developers that, hey, we're not doing a subdivision, so they don't start off following it right. And so we want to make sure we rename that manual properly.
So we're not reinventing the wheel.
No.
Other people's got these that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, so you want a motion to start updating
Yes.
manual? Motion by Commissioner
Motion.
Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions?
No questions other than, Stacy, you want to talk?
AC, you want to talk now? You want to wait till we go to 4-6? Come on. Those in favor? I guess we will. Opposed? Motion carries. Good morning, sir. You have 3 minutes to make your
Morning,
citizen
Nate.
comment.
Okay, first I want to thank the court for considering an update of the subdivision criteria manual and drainage manual. Chambers County is unique because it's a large county with only a few cities. That leaves this county government in the forced position of providing drainage in areas of the county that have become densely populated while we are considered a rural county. While the county east of the Trinity River remains largely rural, the county west of the river has come to resemble the urban sprawl of Harris County that many of us fled. We need not look far to see the damage and huge expense created for the taxpayers when stormwater runoff is left unacknowledged and unprepared for. This county cannot turn a blind eye to the issue created by continuous building. The current segmented drainage criteria, where plats are submitted and approved based on runoff for only one property, in my opinion, is no plan at all. Most of us learn from our mistakes and the mistakes of others. I hope with your leadership, this county can avoid the pitfalls of neither planning nor action to avoid future stormwater catastrophes. I also think the 3-minute time limit for citizens to address the court about an issue as important as drainage is too limited for any real constructive input. I'm really talking about, by that I'm talking about when the agenda comes up on the 12th or 13th, whatever.
You talking about for the public hearing?
Yes, and let me go on before my 3 minutes runs out.
I
I
held it while I was talking. Go ahead.
can't talk fast. I don't have it in me. I also think setting the public hearing to occur during a regular commissioners court meeting could place an impossible burden on taxpayers and voters whose input should be important because drainage or lack of adequate drainage could affect their future and the future value of many folks' largest lifetime investment. If possible, I would like to see at least one public hearing held on a Saturday when most citizens could be available to comment, as well as a way to submit written comments or suggestions and a way for those comments to be published so that other concerned citizens can be aware of the input. In addition, I would like to see the proposed changes be published and open to public comment before being voted on by the court. This issue should be addressed now so episodes of flooding like many metropolitan communities experience can be avoided. Without a cohesive attempt to address stormwater runoff, the potential for a future problem could become overwhelming for individuals, citizens, and this county. Thanks for the time to address the court. And I'd also like to point out that in my past research on all this, I have never found anywhere that responsibility for maintaining those on the citizens' property is addressed. When I first started speaking about this, I was told it was on the plats. And I asked the gentleman to read me that again, and I pointed out to him, nowhere does it say the HOA is responsible, nowhere does it say the citizen is responsible. Those ditches have been, in the past, maybe the current 2022 plan addressed it a little bit, but none of that's been addressed that I know of. I think people need to be made aware of that. If you're responsible, tell them. If you're going to make them responsible. Most places don't have that segmented drainage.
I'll let you wrap it
that.
up.
All right, I'm good. Thank you.
Thanks, Ace.
Thank you,
Thank you.
All right, 4.6, discuss and consider setting a public hearing for August 13, 2024. Discuss changes to the Chambers County subdivision drainage manual.
Okay, so based on what we've kind of heard, so the idea is to go ahead and upload those changes to the manual on our website for people to review.
So they will be uploaded,
yes.
so people can review them on the website. And Lauren, they can also comment. My time's up. Written comments, they can do written comments, public comments online, and then they'll be read here in Commissioner's Court. So you see that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and they can also go to our website, and we have an engineering email that's been set up now that they can go to and go ahead and provide any feedback that they have, if there already is some, so we can take that into consideration as we're updating. So I guess ultimately the question is, I had it, for...
Could you speak more into the mic, please? I can't hear you.
Yes, sorry. Okay, what part did you not hear?
Most of it.
Okay.
So start over again.
No.
Okay, so what I said is if you go to the engineering website, there is an engineering email now. So if the public does have any feedback, they could also email it in while we're in the process of drafting that up. As we mentioned earlier, we'll go ahead and upload the revisions to the manual on our website so they can view them there before the public hearing as well. Right now, I have it set for August the 13th. I need to set it 30 days from today, and advertise it in the newspaper and all that. But we can go ahead and push back the public hearing based on what we've heard, or do we want to keep it, have the public hearing, and then go kind of from there?
So do we have time to have it before August 13th?
That's a month and a half. I would just do the 13th.
Yeah.
I do have a suggestion though. Can you work on doing a press release or some sort of write-up that the commissioners can all share on social media, and we can get the Chambers County pages share on social media?
Yeah.
That has that email address on there.
Yeah, get Samantha and she can push it out.
That way
Okay.
we can push it on all social media pages, and that way maybe we can reach out just to other than the newspaper, right? To let people know this is going on. That way we've done everything we can to get community input.
Okay, that's why I have the red pen.
Yep.
So.
Please.
All right, so I'll entertain a motion to set the public hearing.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions or comments? Natalie, anything else on that?
No.
All right, those in favor? Opposed, motion carried. 4.7, discuss and consider approving T. Nall and Parkinson at 11,000 for Kilgore Parkway expansion, right-of-way services.
Okay, so this is just for continue negotiation services while we're finishing up a few right-of-way acquisitions on Kilgore Parkway. This is just an amendment to that.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. I'm gonna push you out and let BJ take care of his stuff.
Okay.
And then I'll call you back in just a moment.
Sounds good.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, let's go to 5.2, discuss and consider Target Train 11 LLC 381 Economic Development Program proposal. Morning, BJ.
Morning, Judge, Commissioners. This is a proposal that's being presented by Target Resources, or specifically Target Train 11 LLC. They intend or have plans to construct their 11th fractionated facility in Chambers County. Proposed investment is approximately $300 million. Construction is anticipated to commence Q1 of 2025 and be completed by Q4 of 2026. As is recommended per policy, the proposal is presented today for acceptance, and then the next Commissioners Court come back with recommendations for the elements of the program. We have Mike Fry here with K.E. Andrews. Mike Fry represents Targa, but he also represents One Oak and Energy Transfer Partners, and so there's some synergy and familiarity with respect to the fractionation complex in Mount Bellevue. And he may, if you have any questions about the project, Mike can address them.
BJ, I just have a question, Target related. So we're still waiting on the road abandonment money closure grant program we've all set up. And we continuously as a court, at least I do, get phone calls from some of those businesses that were affected. I know there's a lot of contract negotiations going on between the other stakeholders along that road, Enterprise, Exxon. I think we have, last time I talked to Targa, we had one of, I think Enterprise or one of the big industry partners negotiated their contract with respect to access to the rear of that road. Can you, I know this is not part of this, but can you make sure we're following up?
Well, it is a counterpart.
It is kind of part of it.
And I talked to Exxon, I think they agreed that there's not gonna be a gate,
Yeah.
with my understanding. Anyway, go ahead, Victor.
Well, I just want to make sure we get that sooner rather than
It's
later.
being worked. I know Mike has shared some changes with respect to corporate policy and changing in the legal department, which has kind of elongated this whole process. You want to comment about that, Mike?
So, in
Come on up, Mike. Excuse me. State your name for the record, please.
Mike Fry with K.E. Andrews. I'm here on behalf of Targa Resources. So Targa in the last year or so has kind of had some changes internally in their legal department. So I'm not privy to all y'all's talks that and I'm assuming this is about Targa Train 10 LLC.
Yeah.
So as far as I know, that's ongoing, but I'll be happy to get with internally with their attorney and see if I can push them to get this done. It needs to be done ASAP. I'm aware of that, so I can make them aware of that.
Okay. Thanks, Mike.
I just want to, I want to take one project to fruition before I start a new one.
Certainly,
It's
I
kind of
understand.
so,
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So what is proposed for the court today is to accept the proposal as presented.
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 5.3, discuss and consider Black Mountain Energy Storage LLC, Chapter 31 Economic Development Program proposal. DJ.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Black Mountain Energy is planning, has been working on developing a battery energy storage system project on Hatcherville Road. The location of this project is due north of the Coneflower battery energy storage project that the county worked on some time ago. The capital investment for this is approximately $207 million. The capacity is expected to be about 300 megawatts. They've negotiated an interconnection agreement with CenterPoint for the same substation that Coneflower is going to be tying into. And so per policy, what is recommended today is for the proposal to be accepted so that we can move forward with some negotiations. There are some particulars that Commissioner Hammond and Bobby Hall have been working, and engineering in general, have been working about an access road inside that area that has some impact, will have some impact on the final development recommendations for the agreement. And Bobby, if you want to opine on that or share any. No, very good.
Nell?
She's out in the hallway. Can you give some insight about the Black Mountain? Just some of it.
We're talking about the road into Black Mountain.
Okay. So we received a typical basically showing that, there will be a road that will be designed there, but civil plan submittals haven't been received as of yet. I guess, was that the question?
How long is the road?
I don't recall.
Any
off the top
idea?
of my head.
about 1,200 feet.
Okay, thank you.
And this road is for, I know there's been discussion, the importance of this road is because these battery facilities, we gotta have really good access because fire and safety, right?
Yes.
And so this is gonna be important for fire and safety. I think that's why Commissioner Hammond has been really pushing for to make sure we have adequate ingress, egress to these
Yes.
facilities because of fire safety, because these batteries are a great thing, right? And huge investment in the community and in the county, but it's always a just in case, right? So if there's ever an issue, we want to make sure we have adequate road infrastructure in there to get in there with fire and EMS.
Yes, that's correct.
That's what I thought that I understood.
I hope this works.
Tap on it, Bob?
Yeah, we have control over a portion of this air access. We it's a 6-foot right of way that was there when we purchased the property, or Enterprise purchased the property, gave us the Enterprise ditch. And we have control of that 60 foot. There's an additional 60 foot that this will tie into that goes north, which is part of the old,
Ridge partition. And we have no control over what they do there. Because we can't hold their feet. I guess we can, BJ, I don't know whether we can have them, when they fix it the same way they're gonna fix the one on our property or what?
Yeah, we tied to the tax abatement.
Tied to the abatement, yeah.
Okay, all right, I wanna make sure because, I know I know if it's on our property, we can tell them, but I wanna make sure that there's another 60 feet of probably quite, I don't know, 500 or 600 feet they got to turn and go north, and once they leave our property. And they'll have to also have it substantial to hold up the fire trucks and emergency vehicles,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah, and this information was conveyed to them during the DRC, so I know they've been working towards that. We just haven't seen an official submittal come through as of yet.
Okay. Any other questions on the road for now?
No.
All right, BJ.
BJ, my only question on the pro forma, I mean, obviously this is the application. We'll go into negotiations at a future point with how the exact percentages are laid out, correct?
That's correct, and the elements of the agreement, right?
Okay, perfect.
Oh, that's your question.
That's it.
All right, entertain a motion to accept the proposal.
So moved.
Second, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Dagley. No other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 5.4. Discuss, consider order renaming TGSCP 6363 LLC 2021 reinvestment zone. By BJ.
Thank you, Judge. As you recall, the court, we've been working with the appraisal district to ensure that the naming of reinvestment zones are consistent with the conventions associated with Chapter 312. There was a slate of reinvestment zones that were approved in 2021 and 2022 that were not consistent with that. And so as they've come up, we've been presenting requests to rename the reinvestment zones. And so essentially, this is what the order is asking, to rename the 6363 LLC 2021 reinvestment zone to simply TGSCP 6363 reinvestment zone.
So just a renaming.
It's a renaming.
So moved, Judge.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? The motion carries. Thank you, BJ.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mike, for being here.
Thank you.
All right, Dwayne has some good news for us. Pass the microphone. We need to make sure we get this on the record. Please, George.
Thank you, Judge. And,
Good news.
And the court. Can you guys hear me now?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, just wanted to let you know this morning, we met with the group over Teams pertaining to the Justice Center and County Jail project, and we successfully closed. The trustee on the project received the money, and that is the $153 million for the project. And later today, we'll be receiving the money that was dedicated for the county library that'll be sent to the county. So we're prepared to start preparations for construction. I know you guys may have saw yesterday that the archaeologists are doing the digs near the house, so they're moving forward with that. And I just want to say, one, congratulations to our county. This has been a long time coming. I want to also first thank my boss, Ashley Kane Land. She allowed me to be able to dedicate the time over 2 years to be able to do this. The judge allowing me to serve in a leadership role through the P3 project, and for the entire court allowing the P3 committee to go forward so we can move forward with this. And this is also to celebrate you guys, because it took a lot to the votes that you made and discussions we had to go forward with this, and the residents should be proud of this project, because it's going to be the impact is going to be enormous for decades. Thank you.
And Dwayne's worked his tail off.
Yes, he has.
So, thank you, Alistair. Give ourselves a round of applause. So we'll have ribbon cutting, groundbreaking soon.
We have an email going right now.
Good.
Trying to figure out a date.
All right, thank you, Dwayne. Well, you got the microphone. 2.2, discuss the Senator McCall, Parkhurst and Horton LLP request to approve legal services payment of $400,000 balance owed for legal work outside of bond transaction. Yes, sir, project.
Judge, I don't know if the court wants to discuss this in executive session.
Up to you, Dwayne.
I think so, just to kind of, because I know I talked to Aaron about what is the typical percentage that the bondholders will ask if they're asking for additional money. And I think it would be better to get that figure correct.
Okay.
And discuss that in full.
All right, so we'll take it to executive session. Thank you, sir. Natalie, you back up. 4.1, discuss and consider approving change order number 1 to Tri-County Construction Company, amount of $27,294.68 for additional driveway repairs and outfall repair.
Okay, so as y'all know, we currently have a contractor out on site for RWJ, and this is additional work that has came up that needs to be done. When we were out there looking at the outfall pipe, we could tell that it has separated, so we need to go ahead and dig that out and relay it and correct it. That way we're not going to have a washout in the future and, just finish out the project correctly. And there's just 2 additional driveways that need to be repaired.
You can blame me, Natalie, for some of the headache.
Some?
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I think there was a question mark by then.
I'll leave it alone. I want to say this. There's one thing I want to say is this has been a wonderful project. Just the court to update them. We're coming to closing on. Hopefully, we're approaching finishing the project. Again, it's another drainage project in the area that the last couple big rains we've had. I can't tell you how many phone calls I got from some of the HOA members that just said they've noticed a huge difference after the project was done with the way the water got in, out, and how impressed they were. So there were some bumps in the road.
Yeah, Commissioner Combs actually started it, so it's been going for a while.
Yeah,
we're finally gonna get it completed.
That's right.
Yes,
that's right. This is kind of the last step. So I'm excited about it.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley.
Absolutely.
Second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions, comments?
No questions.
Those in favor?
Hey, Judge,
No, I'm sorry, bud.
we still have a pipeline to get rid of. Right?
Yeah, we're working.
Yes, the inactive one.
Yeah.
There's a pipeline that's up in the air across the ditch, and supposedly it's inactive. We're trying to get approval from Federal Commission.
Giving us, let's say, yeah, it is. And then now there'll be some additional cost when we have a contractor out of Liberty that will come in and actually cut that thing and remove it, make sure it's removed correctly.
It's just a gas gathering line, oil field line, right?
No, it was a gas transfer line. It was conveyed to Chandler Industries back in the 50s or 60s. It's a 6-inch line that goes across, that goes north. Now they've cut it up, where the Chevron did, to where the Y is between 2354 and 3180. They've already cut it there.
Okay.
So but we need to make sure that before we cut it in that bottom of that ditch that it is inactive and it's cut and disposed of correctly. And we don't do it. We've got we've had someone recommended out a contractor that we can get to do it though.
All right, got a motion second. Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 4.2, discuss and consider approving Teague, Knob, and Perkins as professional service for the Baytown Soccer Complex and Kilgore Channel Extension for Chambers Parkway, amount of $1,233,359.20 using Chambers County Chambers Parkway CO funds. I'm having a hard time reading this morning. And that's not actually Baytown Soccer Complex. I guess it's in the Baytown city limits.
Yeah, in the ETJ area-ish.
Yeah, I've been dogging the commissioner about doing something for the city of Baytown. But go ahead.
Sorry. So this is for the WSND design for the soccer fields and also the extension of 2 outfall channels that are going to tie into Kilgore drainage to service Chambers Parkway. All of these elements are kind of intertwined and dependent on one another, and this is just to authorize them to do this design work alongside the Chambers Parkway design.
Yeah.
Is this a percentage of the cost? Have we come up with this number?
No, this was they basically line item bid out the project, my understanding, and gave us a bid on the project. This is actually gonna tie in the drainage of the roadway, the construction of the Kilgore drainage system, and they're gonna do site and civil for the new community building and soccer fields that we're gonna construct in the future. And so essentially, once we get this back from them, we just gotta take the building and put it on there and we're gonna be ready to go. So we might as well, because it all is interconnected, as Ellie says. Having one company design the whole project
Instead of piecemeal.
instead of piecemealing it is a lot more efficient in our eyes.
And just a quick question, Commissioner, and we've been talking to Natalie on this one. So to clarify, are we gonna do a separate contract for
Yes,
this?
sir.
Okay, so that'll be, and then the monies will come from,
The Chambers Parkway CO.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, and
It's all kind of.
And McLeod, the McLeod
Yes.
sale, right?
Well, maybe,
Okay.
yeah, kind of, sort of.
Well,
Probably,
her daughter to go, okay. It could,
it could.
but right now it's coming from the Parkway, Chambers Parkway CO.
Okay, all right,
I mean, the money's there, so whether, you know,
okay.
how it gets there is how it gets paid for.
All right, so we'll be looking for the contract so we can make sure to get
Yes,
that.
and then I plan on scheduling a meeting with Mike, just so I'm looping you in on what's going on, and that way you're aware. Hello. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Mike, I do have a question. So before Mike Leslie left, there was some question. We need to track this down, but I'm not going to use the word allegedly. Supposedly, there's a PO cut for PBK to design the architectural design on that soccer field. That may change. So I don't know what we need to do with that. I'll get with George and you and Natalie.
Okay.
Because we're going to do all the civil first, and then we're going to decide how we're going to go back to that project and maybe redesign the project or not. So I just want to make sure that we're not using that PO. I think there was a PO cut originally already for that, but this is strictly going to be for civil
So
site.
we just wanna hold that PO.
Yes,
For now.
yes, I want to hold that PO.
So that's strictly civil and site work.
Civil site work, yeah.
Alright,
Just make sure.
Second.
motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 4.3, discuss and consider approving variance request from model zone to exceed a 3-foot max depth for vertical concrete wall detention in order to meet the minimum detention volume requirements.
Okay, so this site sits on a commercial track in front of Legends Bay subdivision. Usually when these subdivisions are designed, they take into account the detention for those commercial tracks. The developer, as part of their agreement, has required each commercial track to provide additional detention. And, just based on the geometry of the track, they're limited to the geometry of the detention pond. So that's why they're having to design it to a deeper depth than what our manual calls for. And what kind of drives that is in regards to maintenance. So if we do have deeper detention ponds, how do we ensure they're being properly maintained? And that's ultimately what the discussion is going to be today. I did receive confirmation that we were going to have representation on the developer's side here today. I haven't. Oh, okay, awesome. So he's right there if y'all have any questions. But our drainage consultants have reviewed this. Drainage wise, everything checks out. The detention volume is there. The outfall structure was sized accordingly. The only thing that hasn't been fully verified as of yet is the structural calculations tied to the variance request. So depending on if the court feels comfortable based on what's mentioned in regards to the maintenance, we could approve conditional, pending confirmation on structural calcs.
So go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna ask, is the recommendation of engineering to approve this variance?
We do have the maintenance declaration. They do fall in the urbanized area based on TCEQ. That is one form, but I would like to hear from the developer standpoint further elaborate a little bit more on the maintenance. Just because we all know when a variance request is presented, it just opens up a can of worms to where this seems to be an easy option for other developments.
Well, and if it makes sense, it's okay.
Yeah.
But we need to make sure, you had a question?
I just wanted to be clear, just for the this is an area that's prone to having issues. And I think it's important for us when we consider a variance for an issue like this, we're crystal clear for the people that may watch this court
Yes.
when we approve this. And what's important to note, which I've asked these questions already to Natalie, is there is no deviation from how much water will be retained or discharged from this site. That's not what they're getting a variance on. So they're designing this drainage per plans and specs to hold what they're supposed to. They're not asking for any deviation from the manual. The only thing they're asking is for more so a design variance. And I do have some heartburn. I know engineering does about the maintenance in the bottom of this. It's going to be sand
Grass.
bottom, not concrete.
Yeah, it's gonna be grass.
So you drive throughout our county or our county, or really you go through Harris County and you see these detention ponds that have these concrete walls, and the bottom of them have cattails and stuff growing up in the middle of them, and nobody maintains them, right? And so I want to make sure that if we approve this variance, that there is some obligation on the end user, or the developer or the property owner, to maintain that bottom. I think that's going to be essential for us to get through this. So, and I'll wait to hear from
And I agree.
all of you.
I've seen those.
Yeah.
They're all over the country.
You wanna come on up, sir?
Yeah. So, I know we'll address it.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners.
Good
My name's Yen Lai. I'm with Westwood.
Say your name again.
My name is Yen Lai. I'm with Westwood.
Will you spell it for the record?
Absolutely. First name Yen, Y-E-N. Last name Lai, L-A-I.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Of course. So I'm the civil engineering representative for AutoZone for this development. And with regards to the maintenance of this pond, we already do provide a 6-to-1 access down to the bottom of the pond. This is very typical with detention pond access points for ingress egress for maintenance purposes. To speak on AutoZone's operational maintenance, they do have landscapers visiting their sites routinely. Their intent is to maintain and upkeep a very positive show of face, appearance, aesthetics is very much so part of their business model. And so with that being said, it's not their intent to allow these ponds to grow cattails and what have you. These are maintained on a weekly, if not monthly basis.
So we all have good intentions going into things.
Absolutely, and
so I want to make sure that we have those intentions, but whatever we agree to, I want to make sure we have bite in it to force it. If 6 months go by and general manager of the store just doesn't make that phone call or doesn't have that crew go by there to do it, I want to make sure there's some mechanism that we have as a county to make that phone call that says, hey, remember, we have this document. You need to go make sure you take care of this.
So we can agree to this variance if you agree to whatever.
Yeah,
absolutely. And it's even a quick visit to the store manager, and that runs, I've seen it just go up the food chain so quickly on AutoZone's side.
Yeah.
Once you talk to the store manager, that gets upstairs very rapidly.
Good. That's good to hear.
Absolutely.
Great. So,
any other questions?
I don't think so. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
So I think the motion should be motion to approve, Judge, contingent upon structural being approved. Is that right now?
Yes.
So a motion to approve the variance with contingent upon the structural engineering aspect being approved and the fine tuning of whatever we need to do for maintenance of the agreement.
Yes.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 4.4, discuss and consider accepting and agreeing to a donation acknowledgement and agreement with Texan Hospitality, Inc. or its affiliates for the construction improvements to Needle Point Road, North Segment A, and related drainage.
So I have the agreement that was drafted right here, just in case y'all want it. While we're kind of talking about it.
Thank you. I'm slowly realizing how busy I've been over the last 2 weeks, Judge.
Yeah.
I got this.
Okay, So this is a donation agreement between the county and the developer, whom owns the track on the corner of Needle Point Road and Kilgore Parkway. They are looking to work with the county in order to continue moving along Needle Point Road. Ryan, do you want to kind of speak a little bit more on it?
We definitely should. So it's been a long 2 weeks. So I need to update the court. So we've really been happy with how the Avera Needle Point construction went. We got Avera to construct when they built their facility, the south section of the section of Needle Point south of Kilgore. As you all know, as a court, we had a deal with Falcon that was going to build a facility behind the Oasis gas station that was going to improve segment A of Needle Point. It got all the way to the finish line. And in fact, the CCID 3 district had bid the project out. The project was awarded to a contractor, and they were only waiting for funds to be deposited to start the project. The day before closing, Falcon, the developer, backed out of the contract because they lost private equity funding for their development. As you know, the court knows, we've spent a significant amount of funds designing segment B that's going to tie into segment A for the county. And this is a needed project. We all agree to that. And so I went to both Falcon and the seller of the land, which is, it says Texan Hospitality here, but they also go by Kilgore Business LLC. I went to them, who are familiar with the county. They develop a lot in the county. And I explained to them the importance of this road segment and getting this started, and the fact that we were counting on these funds. And so they scratched their pennies together, and they made an agreement with me over the phone, which we've now trying to consummate in a formal agreement to fund $600,000 of that road. That's about $600,000 short of what Falcon was going to do. They were going to fund the whole $1.2 million. So the county's intent is we're going to pick up the $600,000 so we can finish this project. We have the funds. That's the good news, is we have the funds, and we have plenty of money to build this road out. But I will say to the court, there's going to be buildings built on that property. This private equity company that backed out Falcon has an application in with BJ to do a tax abatement. This originally was part of their tax abatement, so we're going to just retrade the tax abatement to get a refund. And I have full intent to do that. So I want to make sure the court knows that if there's anybody that requests an abatement for this property, we will get reimbursed for this money. So
I wanted to add, I don't think I've mentioned to you this before, Ryan, but part of the Needle Point North Segment A, which the developer was going to be funding and developing in need for their development, was to include a right turn lane. So if the court wanted to scale back on that element and have the developer, after the fact, install that left turn lane, that's also an option, just FYI.
I think we just do it right the first time.
Yeah.
No,
I agree.
And you can get the money back on abatement, but you're also going to increase the value of the property.
Absolutely.
So you're gonna get paid back for it.
And that's the key. Falcon couldn't do what they're wanting, just like Avera. Falcon can't have access from 99 because it's controlled access. And the tollway won't give them a curb cut. Their only access point is Needle Point, but they can't build a 1 million square foot warehouse there and on that road because it's a 10,000 pound road. So they know they need us to improve this road. So we'll get funded one way or the other.
Nathan, you seen this?
I have. I drafted it with Natalie.
I guess you saw it.
Thank you, by the way. I mean, he got maybe, 3-day notice?
Yeah, it was quick, and I appreciate Nathan. He worked over the weekend for this, and he really did. So.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Dagley.
Yes, sir.
Second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions, comments? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thanks, Natalie.
Thank y'all.
Thanks, Natalie.
All right, it's 10:40. Let's take a 10-minute break. Alright, court come to order, 11:09 a.m. after recess. Parks Recreation, 6.1, discuss and consider using hotel occupancy funds to pay for the construction of 4 pickleball courts at Fort Anahuac Park.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Lead Commissioner Gore, you want to speak on this?
Sir, I spoke with Aaron, the funds are available. Yes, sir. I hear him coming in behind me there.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
So the funds are available, they have been allocated to this project, so.
AMDD, Anahuac Municipal Development District, will be paying 50% of this project to help us out. So looking to go out.
So do we have any idea what the cost is and estimated?
Estimated between 220 and 260 total project.
So I think we had 250. Our part is what we funded.
Yeah.
Is that from scratch, 4 courts from scratch plus lighting?
Yes, sir. That's from scratch. They're gonna do the concrete. Towards the light.
Tap on that?
I think it's on.
Yes, sir. That's everything. It's from the ground up.
Okay.
And MDD's splitting the cost?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, they've been great partners, we greatly appreciate it.
But the,
Great partner.
but the cost of the 220, 260 is for the total project, not the 50/50 share.
Total project, so you're looking probably 125 to 150 is half.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's perfect. That's a good
Need to
idea.
get on that.
I'm listening as we talk, so I'm taking notes, right?
Yeah, the pickleball is,
Motion by Commissioner Gore,
Pickleball's
Second, Judge.
second by Commissioner Dagley. Other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries.
Got it.
Thank you. 6.2, discuss, consider approving going out for request for proposals for 4 pickleball courts at Fort Anahuac Park.
yes, sir. It's just a request for the RFP to start the RFP process.
Motion by Commissioner Gore,
Yes, sir.
Second, Judge.
second by Commissioner Dagley. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 6.3, discuss and consider reallocating $3,979 from CO 23 Parks 005 and $8,482 from CO 23 Park 032 new project code lines for soccer goals.
Yeah, this is for Winnie Park over at Cook Park for new soccer goals. Their junior program is really growing. We talked to them yesterday. They have a large Sunday league and also a women's league, but the juniors is what we're kind of helping out. The soccer girls over there are in very, very bad shape with no netting. Just they look bad for the parks. So we're looking to get 3 sets of soccer goals, one for the juniors, and then I think there's 3 different size soccer sets. So we have 3 fields over there. So it'll be a very big improvement for those fields. Same thing we did for West Side, and of course West Side has 2 brand new nice soccer goals.
So moved, Judge.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Question? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 6.4, discuss and consider approving rules and regulations for parks and recreation.
Yeah, now this one, I've been here now about 9-10 months, so I've just noticed that when you go around to all our parks, you might see a rural sign. At McCollum Park, there's a rural sign, but they're all different. They're all
Too busy. Asking to spend all his money. He's too nervous. He's turning off the microphone.
Yeah, just going around the parks, there's just not a consistency on the parks rules. Some parks don't have any, some parks do, but they're all different. So I know that Kirk and Robbie from Samantha's office were working very diligently on this. I think in 2021 or 22. So they had 2 rough drafts of this. I don't know if it ever got approved through court or not, but I took some of those rules. So I took some of those rules and regulations and we kind of redid them. I put a copy of these in your packet. Now, we're going to have a rules for most parks, kind of a basic set of rules. But also I include in your report that the sports complexes have their own rules, and they're already posted right now at each sports complex. Pickleball courts, they have a new rules signed over there as well. The splash pads, we're working on those to put the hours on, to put the rules for the splash pads. We're seeing a lot of splash pads, we know, with the diapers and the food and drinks kind of causing some issues. So we're just going to put some rules there too. The splash pad rules will be different, as well as the arena rules. So they'll all have a basic set of
They have a
rules.
uniform set of rules for every
park, yes, sir.
And then you'll add.
The pickleball rules are like at pickleball court. They're there now. The splash pad rules have basic different, the ballpark rules. So, and all of them definitely have our phone number on it. They have our email on it. They have the emergency number 911, and then they have the 2500 number for non-emergency. Now, this all came up. I see Sheriff out there, and I know Chief Leger, Chief Leger emailed me. So. This came up. We got a phone call from a constituent at McCollum Park, and we had an email that when he was out there at 7:30 in the morning, he was just trying to jog, and he couldn't jog. So it kept becoming a problem. It's happened 2 or 3 times, so he finally reached out to us because there were loose dogs in the park. So there is a sign there now that says dogs must be on a 5-foot leash. He wanted to know how are we enforcing that rule? What does he need to do? Does he just need to stop running at that park because there's dogs out there? And I told him, I said, let me get with the sheriff. So once we put the rules up, I think it'll be a lot easier for the sheriff and the deputies to go out there and enforce the rule. Not probably give them a ticket, but just say, hey, here's the rules. So I know we do have a lot of joggers, especially I think at McCollum Park, a lot of walkers over there. And that's what, with him and the kids and stuff, at most of the parks, the dogs can be a problem. So we just want to have basically a basic rule where the sheriff can go in there or his deputies can go in there and actually enforce the law that says, hey, there is a rule here, so you either need to, put him on a leash or leave. So that's kind of, I wanted to kind of get his opinion on this as well, because these signs will be on at every park.
I mean, if these dogs are in the park, even if they're on a leash or not on a leash, they need to keep clean up after themselves.
Yes, sir. We can put a sign there, and we can put. I've seen the doggy bags, the doggy trash cans for all that. We can definitely put that up as well. I haven't seen that as a problem. I know we've had that problem at the baseball field, but we put a sign up there, and from what I understand, it's kind of stopped, and we put locks on that. But the parks, we can definitely do that. But my thing is the safety, and especially if you're going out there for a run. And Sheriff, I appreciate Chief Leger is responding to me.
So I think the only thing that really need once we've established the rules, because I think the rules are pretty established. We established them, really worked on myself and a handful of people with the committee that Sarah kind of oversaw before when Sarah was with us.
Yes, sir.
I think at the bottom of the sign it just needs to say something by order of Commissioner's Court. And then it makes it real easy for a sheriff's deputy to approach them and say, you have a choice. Yeah. Either leave, put your dog on a leash, or whatever. Pick up your trash, or you need to leave. So
really not an ordinance. I guess you could trespass them is what we could do, I guess.
Well, so there are a lot of people that think that we don't have a leash law in the state of Texas, which is true by the state. But on private property, and county property is a form of private property that is governed by you, by this body. So the rules that you establish would be any different than my front yard. So you have the authority to give us the authority to do whatever.
So do you put a number under that for the sheriff's office, or?
You can. We have no problem with that. I mean, it's.
Y'all are 24/7.
Yeah, I have no problem, because
We have the 2,500 number on every sign that we're making right now. We have the 2,500 number.
Okay.
And like I told the constituent, I said, you can call them. That's a non-emergency. I don't know, that they will come out there, but by the time they'll probably come out there, I mean, those people are probably gone. So, but at least you can make a phone call, and the more phone calls you make, the more time the deputies will go over there.
so the comparison I had to give to some people in my office that were wondering whether the authority was there is no different than there is no drinking curfew, but you all can establish one. You know what I mean? In other words, it's private property, it's a county park, the county operates it, maintains it, you have the authority to put whatever rule you want, and then we'll just have to enforce it, so.
The rule number 9 and 10 on here says solicitation of sales of goods and services for seeking donations for cause is prohibited. And I had got a call from some people to say, hey, when we do rag ball tournaments or X, Y, and Z, I said, well, you're leasing that complex, so it's allowed. And then the number 10, use of loudspeakers. I mean, all the leagues use loudspeakers when they're doing stuff like that. So they was just concerned about those two there.
Yeah, the loudspeakers, the walk-up songs and stuff. That's we're not really talking about that. We're talking about excessive use of loudspeakers. And I don't think we've ran into that problem yet.
And I'm on the Chambers County Parks Recreational Park Facility rules, and under the one that you're talking about, Commissioner Gore, the sale of goods and services, it does say without a permit. I think the leasing of the park is the permit, right?
I think so.
So I
That's
think
what I
we cover
explained to him.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, like the fireworks show, I mean, they have a facility request. I mean, it's free to get, but they do have a permit for the parks, so that pretty much covers that. Like the car show coming up, they do have a permit for that.
So you think, Sheriff, at the bottom of these signs, we should put somewhere by order of the court or approved?
I agree.
I'd say by order of Chambers County Commissioners Court.
Some of the teeth in it.
Yeah.
Sheriff, what I'll do is when I get these, when I make a change, I'll send them to you in your office, and I'll CC Commissioner Gore and the judge, and you just make sure we're good before we go out for printing. I think we're gonna make these pretty big, so Sam office does a good job on most of the signs, but I think we're going to get maybe a nice background on these and kind of go out for get these done somewhere else.
So where you have the 2,500 number, does it say Chambers County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir. It says for emergency call 911. For non-emergency, Chambers County Sheriff Office 2,500. It has our parks email. It has our parks number on it, the 2718 number.
I think the only other one that I've got a call on is parks are open 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Daily use otherwise prohibited. Anyway, people that go out and ride. And like I explained to them, this is not saying you can't go ride in the middle of the night. We have a lot of shift workers that, hey, I get off at X and I'm going to go ride. This is just another way to get the sheriff's department
Well, it's a real fine line. I gotta tell you, so if you're closing the park at 10 p.m. and you're riding at 2 a.m., that's not a good thing. And I actually have the deputy, I have expectation the deputy's gonna be looking out for the park and whatever it is that people are doing out there at 2 a.m. Because I'm not so much into that shift worker,
no, and that's the only other.
He's up to no good, trust me.
We have some that do that.
But yeah, I
think it's a case.
I do think it's in our best interest, though, to put at order of Commissioners Court, right? Because it takes, because most everybody knows, regardless of who you are, that the court has the authority to establish those rules. So
I think all the rules look good now.
Entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tass. Any questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Mike, you got to pass that to Mike, please. 7.1, discuss and consider approving payment to guards on the plane in the amount of $5,000 for new West Annex structural engineering professional services. Mike.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Judge, this
5,000 is attributed to the dark hole. We had to have, per the city of Mount Bellevue, a certified engineer's letter stating we put everything back according to his requirements. And I mean, this should have been part of that original massive change order we did, but we didn't get this invoice until just recently. So I'll go ahead and take care of my budget for now.
So,
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 7-2. Discuss and consider approving payment to Garza and McLean, amount $6,398.30 for new west annex for professional services rendered regarding separate windstorm certification inspections required by the city of Mont Pelican.
Yep, as it says, we originally got a quote from Garza McLean for $7,000. So this is coming in right under and around that number. And again, this is above and beyond the original contracts.
Motion by Commissioner Tice. Second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.3, discuss and consider approving request to solicit RFPs for construction manager at risk for construction of the new Anahuac Library.
Yeah, we created a ad for the paper, talked to George. I don't know if it's in the packet or not. I'd asked Bailey to put it in there, but I think we were still reviewing that ad. But as stated, it's just to solicit RFPs for the new library. So,
Second. Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice.
Just a comment, Judge, we will reach out to PBK on this one to make sure that we get going as the architect of record on the library.
Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 7.4, approve additional pricing amount of $4,728.52 for drawing modification from Square CCR LLC for bathrooms at Carver Park and Mont Bellevue pickleball courts.
okay, so this pretty much is for hot water. When the drawings were redrawn, according to BKP, Al Bush and his expertise, these restrooms have to have hot water. The original bids that were accepted did not include this. This is basically just be a change order per each of those two contracts to add the $47,28.52 for hot water.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.5, discuss and consider approving payment to Tippett Construction. Amount of $10,650.88 for I-10 EPS weigh station pump house and slab.
Yep, low bidder. Talked to Brett. He and the second place guy were basically $119.12 apart.
So moved, Judge.
Okay,
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions?
Sheriff? Sure. I see they moved in a big, nice office building up there at the way station. Are they gonna hire a private company to run that daily, or what's their intention?
Allegedly, they're gonna put civilians in there, civilian inspectors, truck inspectors. So I use the term allegedly. So we'll see what happens. I hope what it is that they're planning on and what they're gonna do actually pays off. The only problem that I do see, and it's something you're probably gonna find yourself deep in the middle of, is when they open the waste strip now, all of the trucks go hit 1663.
They do it now.
And when that thing stays open as much as they're alleging it's gonna be open, 1663 and all our county roads or to get up there are just gonna get hammered by the 18-wheelers. So, and there's a way to stop it, because obviously most of you know I did that for many years, and we would assign people to go up on those roads because those were the easy chickens to catch, right? So, but they're just not as active as we used to be 20 years ago. So
Things are different, Sheriff?
things are different. They are.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff.
All right, got a motion second. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 7.6, discuss and consider approving additional cost, $4,728.52 to the restroom prototype of all park restrooms built under agreement with Square CCR.
This also goes to the hot water issue, doing a little research under the plumbing code of the Texas State Board of Plumbing examiners. Basically it says in occupancies where plumbing fixtures are installed for public use, hot water shall be required for bathing and washing purposes. I think the intent of not putting hot water in there was to, maybe dissuade, campers. I know we have a shower in the bathroom at White's Park to basically turning that into a bathhouse. But as I read it, I don't think the authority having jurisdiction can dismiss or exclude this. So basically this may open another old can of worms. We may have to retrofit the restrooms that we just built with hot water. And I have copies of this I can leave with y'all for your interpretation.
What code is that? I'm sorry.
601.2 hot and cold water required plumbing code of the Texas State Board of Plumbing examiners.
Is that for city, municipalities, or?
It's the authority having jurisdiction, so that would be Chambers County. But like I said, the way it reads, I have a copy, y'all can review it.
Yeah.
I don't think we can dismiss or exclude this.
I've been in so many parks that have no hot
Okay.
water.
Well, again, I'll let y'all
wonder if it's
review
going to
this.
be grandfathered or not. That's a good question to ask legal and figure out if we got to go back and retrofit. That's just.
Well, I say we don't, unless we're forced to.
Yeah.
10-4.
So this retrofit wouldn't cover 7.4?
No, I mean, we'd have to go out for pricing. This is building a new, anything we build new, this price basically includes your water heater, associated power, piping, mixing valves, and labor to add hot water.
Motion by Commissioner Tice,
Second.
second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 7-7. Discuss, consider approving payment to Square CCR in the amount of $220,887.63 to add a new restroom, West Side Complex.
Okay, this is actually, I guess, a typo on my part. This should be discuss and consider approving budget to Square CCR for that amount. This does have the $47,2852 added for hot water, and it also includes an extra $75,000 and change to provide water, sanitary, and electric. The only place to put this restroom is between fields 2 and 3 on the west side. It's going to entail approximately 500 foot of water line to tie into the existing, about the same amount to tie into the sanitary, and about 350 underground electric. We're going to come off the transformer where the contractor had his trailer and come over. And this is just to get utilities to that location.
We're going to have to pump grinder it? Are we going to have some sort of pump and grinder to get to it?
We're going to tie into the sanitary. It's plenty deep.
Is it? Okay.
The sanitary there starts at the box site.
Okay.
And comes all the way across that site. I mean, it's China deep.
Good.
So there's no trouble in elevation to make it drain.
And does this include an area for concession and
No,
storage?
this is bathroom only. This is not concessions.
Weren't we wanting to have a storage area over there?
Yeah.
Well, they have a storage
Like a more.
building, and in this project, we're going to move and relocate it so we can include this new restroom. There's so much underground electric out there. Like I said, we have researched it. I've researched this for over 6 months, trying to figure out a place to put another restroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But while we're turning dirt, what was the concern is having us? I mean, you're talking to a lot of the select teams that are renting, John. Are they wanting a secondary concession closer to fields, or is that a concern? Or?
A lot of them right now are just using a tent.
Okay, and that's okay?
Yeah.
And what
The
about-
restroom will be
Trust me.
Oh, I've got
That'll be a
no.
blessing.
Yeah.
And the storage, we have plenty of storage in the front.
Okay.
And when we build the other complex, we have plenty of storage in the front, so right now, just the restroom will be a blessing. Get rid of those porta cans, that's a big thing right now.
It's huge.
But the restroom right there will be a true blessing for everybody.
Well, the restrooms were supposed to be at the entrance to the ballparks instead of where they are. I don't know how it got messed up there.
Well, Judge,
So they were supposed to be at the entrance, and then those soccer or whoever else could use them. But they were supposed to be for the ball fields. But,
Oh, the soccer people are gonna use them too.
yeah.
Those get used.
So that's good. It's good we have enough fall though for that restroom and we can tie in because I was worried about that. So that's good that we're gonna be able to just tie right into that sewer line.
Honestly, a
Mike.
huge blessing for especially for everybody.
All right, entertain a motion.
so moved, Judge.
And that 220.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Go ahead.
Hey, no, Mike, that 220 that includes that extra 75,000 you said for all
Yes.
that. So really,
Yeah.
the restrooms itself was
Is the 140
140.
original plus the 47, 28,
Wow.
52 for the upgrade for the hot water.
that's great.
It's great numbers.
And this new design is a new design for the restrooms. That
This is the new prototype we had to produce because my Bellevue turned down the original drawings and City of Anahuac turned down the original drawings
Windstorm.
because of the date stamp.
Yeah. And
So
we'll
we
be able to
hired
replicate
BKP through Commissioner Hammond. We hired BKP to redo the drawings.
And so we can take these and replicate these in other parks. And the reason why I'm asking is the mayor of Beach City has an agenda item tonight at the city of Beach City for the city of Beach City to come to us with up to a 50% cost share to put restrooms in the city of Beach City Park. We're fixing to do a lot of expansion out there and park expansion, and we've had porta cans out there the only restrooms we have is porta cans in City Beach City, and they have funds, and I'm happy that they're coming to us with a check in hand. But that's going to be another item that we're going to look at soon is for our parks over there. So that's good that we have a
Yeah, and again, we have a standing price from this CCR, the original. Like I said, on the two on the docket, the original was 140,200, and then we added the upgrade on the hot water.
That's good. I can go down tonight to their council meeting, at least give them a ballpark of the expenditure.
Yep.
That's I'll tell them 200 max probably. I mean, that's a pretty good budget. 100
Right.
county, 100 city, and thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
No, sir.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
You get 5.1, Judge?
Sure we didn't, did I? Thank you. Discuss, consider issuing a request for proposal from engineering environmental professionals for Texas Parks and Wildlife Voting Access Grant. Sorry, Robbie.
That's okay. We like being last. As you all know, we've been working on this voting access planning grant for several months now. We have finally gotten the paperwork from Parks and Wildlife, so we're ready to procure professional services so that we can move forward with our engineering permitting, environmental permitting, and our construction planning.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Go ahead.
Just clarify, is it gonna be RFQ or RFP?
It's an RFQ, and that's our bad.
Okay.
Yes, sorry.
I was working. So this we're going to go out RFQ for boat ramp design professional service companies specifically, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. And then because obviously we're going to have another boat ramp hopefully design.
Great. I'm learning on this one, so I can help you with the next
That's great.
Okay, it says the Parks and Wildlife Voting Access Grant was approved in April for a total amount of $190,000.
Yes, sir.
Is
So
that
it's
right?
$142,000 from Parks and Wildlife with a $47,000 match from the county.
Okay, that included all of the design and engineering?
Well, we're gonna see when we get the bid proposals in.
Okay.
All right, any other questions?
No.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Robbie.
11.1, discuss, consider approving payment to Function 4 LLC for 1 year subscription to Open Text XM Fax. Hey, Derek.
Good morning. You still on?
Hello, Derek.
I submitted this somewhat as a courtesy because the pricing was for the product that we're opted to move to is a little more than what we had budgeted for. So just the name and transparency, I didn't put this on the consent agenda. This is essentially to move as many of our classic analog fax lines to an electronic fax solution that will integrate with our copy and print management system. It meets the needs of HIPAA for the health department. The only offices that we would not do this for would be if there's an office, like there's certain things the sheriff's office does by compliance that they can't use electronic fax for. Aside from that, the experience, we're specifically looking for a solution that integrates with the badge access we already use. So if any of the big copiers we have, it'll identify you as a user when you use the machine. And the reason the original solution we were looking at, we were trying to, being that it's faxes, pick something as budget friendly as possible. But once we got into the nitty gritty details of the solution and we're getting our hands on it, we did not have any user management. We were gonna have to contact the company anytime we needed to change something, and it just wasn't gonna work.
So the additional monies are coming out of your budget?
So I talked with Aaron, and because we're gonna save money on the phone lines, we pay anywhere from $10 to almost $50 a line. All those will be migrated and ported over to the solution, so we keep the same numbers. And with these electronic fax solutions, you pay like a couple bucks a line, basically, instead of that much. So we'll save several $100s a month there, and that will make the difference up in the cost.
Okay.
Yeah, look at the budget for next year.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Dagley. Any other questions? So in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Derek.
Thank y'all. Have a
Derek,
good. Yes, sir.
can you hang around so we'll go to executive? Got the deal with you and the sheriff.
Yeah. I have a vendor downstairs. If you just ring me, I'll run back up. That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. So, all right, 12.1's tabled. 14.1, discuss and consider staffing request in jail medical division of the Chambers County Sheriff's Office. Morning, Mary Beth.
Good morning. Not sure which one to use. Good morning again. So you'll see on the court request, basically the same wording that I utilized last court, and I did distribute some information that was requested from the Health Services Department regarding staffing, their funding streams, and just the overall divisions of the health department. So, or not the health department, the health services division. So I did share that with you. The request again is to staff the jail medical office with a medical assistant. I do realize it's outside of a budget period. The jail medical staff is staffed out of 091, and I staffed for 2024 last year at this time. And I can just give you some statistics. I'm not sure if y'all got this last week. Captain Harris printed out a graph showing the increase in the number of jail inmates over a period of time. And I don't have all these, but I can hand these to you. It's kind of a rough graph, but I can give you some statistics on that.
Are you waving at me?
So I started working at the jail in 2007, and at that time there was no nurse there. There was a jailer who was assigned to the medical office who had taken a medication course in her previous work but was not certified. So we worked to get one nurse. Years later, we got a second nurse whenever we had increase in MHMR patients, as well as we saw our numbers start going up then. So in 1 year, from 23 till 6 months into 2024, there's been a 12% increase in number of inmates we're housing. 5 years, 36% increase in inmates, and 10 years is a 75% increase in inmates in the past 10 years. And you can see that as on the graph. So the 10-year mark was 2014. At that time, our average census was 109, and currently we're at 191. So I would just ask that you take that into consideration whenever I bring the request for jail medical staffing. And I realize, again, it's outside of a budget year, but sometimes these things like this can't be anticipated, as well as acuity level on inmates. And if you don't mind, I just have something else to kind of share, because it seems like part of what are the root of maybe some of the confusion or some of the maybe misunderstanding about funding and staffing and employees is tied to the public health department. So I just kind of wanted to review that for y'all for a second. And then if you have any questions about it in the future or concerns, I hope you'd reach out to me and ask me those questions. But this specific request is for the jail medical office based upon our current workloads and the staffing levels that we have. Our goal was to have a 7-day-a-week nursing, and we had that for about a year. We just don't have that right now. We can definitely see a decline in that. Although the jail medical division is part of the health services department, it is only one of 4 divisions that I manage. Each pertain to some sort of healthcare or public health entity. The other, the Health and Wellness Center, the WIC department, public health, and then jail medical. They all have very distinct job descriptions, where are not all interchangeable. So what one division does, they may not be able to do in another division, whether because of their degree, their job title, or their licensure. While I do have several shared employees who manage tasks across all or some of the divisions, this only enhances our capabilities in offering timely and effective healthcare and operational readiness. We've done that since the inception in 2007, had multiple shared employees. It works for some and some it doesn't. And there's also contract and grant restrictions on that at other times also. So I just felt it was appropriate to share some background, as I feel like there's really some misinformation or assumptions regarding employees and their duties and how they're funded. There's many unintended consequences of the pandemic, including intense scrutiny that public health received over lack of preparedness, staff, or training to best respond to such a large-scale event. The same effect happened after 9/11, and the feds recognized that, and that local jurisdictions were not prepared, so they began sending funds to local jurisdictions to appropriately staff, train, and enhance capabilities to respond to emergencies in the future. To this day, this funding stream continues to our local health department, but it's not called 9/11 funding. It's called All Hazards or Preparedness Funding, or your FET program. With that same notion, the feds awarded funding to states and local jurisdictions at the beginning and various times throughout the pandemic to again strengthen the workforce, obtain needed equipment and supplies, offer enhanced training, and to give local governments opportunity to pick up the reins with your boots on the ground. Other funding streams were also awarded directly to Chambers County and other local governments through ARPA funds, again to increase operational readiness, strengthen infrastructure, and enhance capabilities. For your local public health department, this was a huge win for boots on the ground, but it does not come without consequences of enhanced funding scrutiny, identifying how to best operationalize a department that is one division of a whole, and the continued objective of identifying how to maintain current and future funding. I recently testified in a DSHS legislative hearing regarding the importance of funding to local jurisdictions and the need for the state to recognize and leverage their local partners to perform the work that is required of a jurisdiction to protect public health. Grant and contract funding typically has a definitive timeline and is allocated for a specific scope of work. Applications for funding made by us are made based upon identified gaps and anticipated future needs. These federal funding streams allow the state and local jurisdictions time to allocate funding locally to build out infrastructure and a competent workforce and take up the reins once those funding streams end. It is not beneficial for any dollars to be viewed strictly as COVID dollars, specifically with the notion of COVID is over. Why do you need all those people when COVID is over? And why do they still have all that money? More specifically, COVID dollars were allocated to enhance our immunization capabilities, hence it's called the immunization public contract funding, the ability to reach those who are disproportionately affected by COVID and any other health inequity, which was labeled the health disparities funding, the ability to adequately hire and train a competent workforce called workforce funding, and to operationalize infrastructure and future public health threats or emergencies called the public health infrastructure grant. These all total over the past since 2020, $8.5 million. All of those contracts have now ended. We've spent $3 million of those $8 million. We will definitely have to send several back because those the statements of work and the contract requirements were unable to meet at this time. let's see. So I do appreciate your time and your effort and the support of not only our public health department, but all of our divisions you have placed under the health services umbrella. I do think it's unfair to penalize any other divisions because of lack of understanding of current funding streams to other divisions within the department. I ask that you view the operational requests for each division independently, as 3 of the 4 divisions have no bearing on any funding streams we are allocated. I definitely appreciate the confidence the court has in me to appropriately staff, equip, train, and best lead the health services department. So that's why I'm coming. I don't want there to ever be any confusion on the different divisions within health services, which was a vision years ago by Judge Sylvia, in that I would hate for one division to be penalized because of lack of understanding of another one. And I'm here to help, or here to break down, grant funding or allocated dollars, or how we've benefited from that. I did put on the spreadsheet that was shared yesterday that from June 2020 to present, we have utilized, and this is unmatched, awarded federal funding on personnel costs, $1.3 million for salaries, and then $654 for fringe benefits, so about $2 million. These are unmatched. The majority of these, and you can see on the spreadsheet that I shared with you, that I have the majority of these salaries are all full-time, general funded county employees who we are currently able to retrieve reimbursement for. And some of these will be able to retrieve reimbursement for through 2027. At the current time, there's only, I want to say, 4 employees who are strictly grant funded. One is our assistant preparedness manager. One of them is, or 2 of them are our communicable diseases, work in our communicable diseases program. And then there's a few other that are part-time. And again, because of since they're strictly grant funded, they are restricted on how we utilize them. Even if I could send them anywhere, it doesn't mean that they're qualified to work in a licensed position in the jail. Sheriff, you have anything about the jail medical office, about the need for the medical assistant?
I appreciate all the information Mary Beth has got us. I mean, Lauren and I met with Mary Beth, and she was very detailed on everything she did, and I greatly appreciate that. I see the struggle between the sheriffs and everything that's going on over there. Every patient, every inmate that comes in, even if they're shipped to the Louisiana Sheriff, we still have to keep data information on every one of those.
If there are inmates.
There are inmates, so we're having to.
Well, whenever they have a medical problem, Louisiana ships them back to us pretty quick. I mean, they don't have anything to do with them, so but there are inmates. We're responsible for their care. Here's the one thing I would say is that Mary Beth's correct, 100% correct on the volume of work is all tied to your jail population. And our jail population from 14 was average 109, and now we're pushing 190. So you figure you're operating off of 80 more inmates. There used to be a time when that's all we ever really had was average population of 80 inmates. And y'all have done a really good job of having that one nurse and now adding another nurse. Well, we're at that point now where versus trying to add another nurse, she's trying to put a medical assistant in there, which probably the best avenue for us, because the nurses can then do the nursing and the medical assistant can be doing the documentation, the data, the paperwork, the entry into the computer. If I didn't think that Mary Beth was going in the right direction, I wouldn't stand up here with her. So I do think that it is about the increase of population. Now, however y'all want to handle it, obviously, up to you. But there is no doubt, as we have talked, the jail is not the jail that we used to have.
And I believe it is an emergency situation, so I'm gonna make a motion that we approve it and pay for it out of 091.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions or comments? Hear none, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Sheriff. And I think this really helped Mary Beth, helped me anyway.
Thank you.
To understand more.
It's believe me, I was trying to make it as simple as I could to understand. It gets confusing to me, and believe me, it's confusing to my staff as well as Aaron or Lauren or anybody else who we're getting this funding for. But I don't want to lose anything in translation whenever I share that information. So if there's something you need viewed in a different way, please.
Okay, thank you. All right, 17.1, discuss and consider request to apply for port security grant FY 24 robot. I'm
We'll look
still-
to Kyle and see if Kyle can play a little video for y'all.
We got movie day, Sheriff?
Yeah, 2 minutes, 2-minute video. They have a better one. They have an 18-minute one, but I didn't figure y'all want to see an 18-minute one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
If we can make it happen. Here, while he's getting it going, what I'm here for is to request your approval to move forward on a grant, port security grant. You know, we've been very fortunate, Captain Shelton, and it really kind of started with Captain Shelton and Captain Kavarmi and Captain Baker. We've really tried to keep a good relationship with Port of Houston and the security aspect of it, and so we've been applying for some of the port security grants. We've been very involved in helping with some different things.
That's definitely.
Yeah,
not
that's the one right
Texas.
there. Yeah, there you go.
Ready?
So what we're doing is we want your approval to apply for a port security grant for this robot. It's called Spot. And it's called Spot with Arm. And it gives us the ability to go into people's houses, go into chemical plants, do something that is hazardous, that we don't have to use a human to do it. It's got all kinds of technology attached to it. You operate it with a remote control.
Clean my room.
Hey,
It goes up downstairs.
So would this be involved in, like, you know, I envision you guys needing this for, I don't know, a methamphetamine house or something that you don't, or
tactical.
Yeah.
Where really it probably gets utilized. Houston PD has multiple. They have them stationed all over the city where if you have somebody barricading a house, so you don't have to go in with a human, you can go in with that. It has the ability to talk. You can talk through it to somebody. It's got a great camera. It's remote control operated. Won't be something I will be operating, but I've got some guys that are really good with technology and flying drones, and so they'll also be the operators.
Those young guys.
Those young guys.
Plenty of practice on that.
But it's pretty awesome. It really is. In fact, a national conference I was at first of the year in Washington, D.C., Boston Dynamics had some. They were letting us operate them and play with them. It's pretty darn neat. It really is. And the whole idea is to use it instead of human life. So no funding going to be required for y'all. The grant that we're applying for is a 75%. The other 25% I'll use asset forfeiture money. We'll let the drug dealers pay for the
Pay
other
for their
25% of it.
pay for Spot.
And correct. And then it also comes with I believe another additional 2-year warranty on it.
Who gets naming rights to name the device?
You know, we'll probably let the kids. we'll probably let maybe one of the schools.
That's cool.
It's cool.
Well, I'll say this. You know, I rode with the deputies on a ride along recently, and the technology that the sheriff has gone after to move his department into the 21st century and beyond is paying dividends. And we actually, when I was riding, they had a guy run on a deputy. They got the drones out that the Commissioner's Court approved for the sheriff, and I got to see these drones operate in action. And they had just got done doing a training recently within the last 30 days. And this technology is amazing, and how it assists these officers. And really, the dogs were working, the drone was in the air, and the communication between the drone operator and the deputies going through woods and going through high grass fields, just to make sure they're not going to walk. I mean, safety, it's a lot of things that your deputies are so beneficial when they're in the field working. And so I commend you on moving us into the 21st century and getting things like this robot. I mean, I think the safer you can make your deputies, obviously, and we can help you assist make that, the better. So,
Yeah.
good job. So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Gore. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. Down to consent. We have one payroll change correction for.
Judge. May I comment on consent?
Yeah, hang on.
All right.
Replace Perman Vandenstein. The correct salary is $14.90 an hour. Go ahead, Mike.
We're gonna pull 1920, Judge.
Okay, yeah, and we're gonna pull a 1920, thank you.
If you look at 1919, I'm not sure of the protocol, but I mistakenly put this in consent. I think this needs discussion and talking with
We
George.
can discuss it on consent, so go ahead.
All right. So in discussion with George and Chris yesterday, I need an account. I need a budget number for the Bradley house.
Don't have to turn the water and electricity back on, or what?
Well, I mean, I'm getting estimates on leveling it, everything involved, but I mean, the power's been off for a year. I gotta get the power back on. I need to check out the HVAC systems. I've already got a quote from a local electrician, to go in there and be on, basically on call when we flip the switch. And, as this thing goes, I'm not sure, how far we want to take it. But this is pretty much, pardon the expression, but this is Pandora's box. Bring this thing back up to a livable, usable condition.
Aaron, any suggestions?
I'm trying to look for that email I sent over about Bradley. I mean, kind of what the use is for it, later on. I know Historical's gonna use it, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be
I
very.
probably the question was hotel, motel, and there's a section of the code, it does say, for the use of it is to acquire a site, form, construct, improve, enlarge, equip, repair, operate, and maintain a visitor information center. I don't know what the purpose for the Bradley house is, what they're gonna do. I think you could probably do it.
I think it's pretty much what it's gonna be.
Museum or historical
Museum, information
Yeah.
center.
So in there, a part of the code that says it has to be used for historical purposes?
It's to be maintained as a visitor information center.
I thought there was some part that said historical, back when we first, I looked at it a long time.
Well, as an example, so if you use that for visitors, you gotta have parking, ADA ramps, ADA accessibility,
on historical
at all.
building. Well, in the historical building, so is it classified as a historical building?
I don't think so.
Or are we calling it a historical building? Problem is, if it's classified as a historical building, we wouldn't have the ADA compliant. We kind of grandfather. We wouldn't want to modify it, right? The ADA. But if it's not really, then we may be forced to make it a public facility.
Yeah, they'll only be downstairs.
That's more of a legal
Visitors,
way.
No one will be going upstairs, so we can put an ADA compliant ramp up to it and then
Yeah.
see what we need to do from there.
How much do you think it's gonna cost?
Yeah.
I'd be throwing a dart at it right now.
But can you just give us, if you can,
Well, one thing I'd like to do is, like I said, I've talked to a local electrician. I'd like to get them on board. I've talked to Court 5E with the city about getting the water turned back on. Same thing, I met with Darla, Natalie, fire marshals last week about getting the power turned back on. I can do all that, but I'd rather not pay for it out of my budget. I need somewhere to send this cost. And then we can figure out, how far, like I said, how far we want to take it.
So it's a museum / visitor center. I mean, you could even name it as a visitor center. Because it could be.
Yep.
But one thing is, you got about 1.3 million in there right now. You're getting about 250,000 a year.
I know it's.
You pay, the promotional festivals and Rice Fest, all that stuff. That's probably about 80, 90 grand. Probably depending, and you get some other stuff coming out.
250.
The parks projects. So I hate for you to.
No,
throw your money at something that
say we budget another 250 out of that for just, I don't think it'd cost that much to get it back up, but I don't know. I think we just need to get our estimates together and.
We didn't buy it for that much. 300.
No.
So Mike, any idea of what it cost you to get the estimates to get, you need to get the power or the water turned back on?
So electrician's about $2,000.
I thought we had to, our electricians on staff can't look at this.
I'm gonna tell you, I would rather hire somebody. I've gotta send a licensed electrician by the city to sign off on turning the power back on.
To answer your question, yes, I could use our guys, but I'd really rather not.
I think we should go and get a full inspection report paid for by the appropriate professionals to tell us what we need to do.
Bring it up.
To bring it up, like Mike suggested.
Yeah, I agree.
And figure out what that cost
So
is.
figure out what that cost is gonna be.
Yeah.
I mean, we could approve a budget up to some amount
I
for
mean,
that.
everybody.
You know, I don't know whether Natalie's going to speak to this or not, but I will. You know, we have parking, we have drainage. Drainage is not very good there because, you know, that's what Cypress Pond is right there on the highway. It goes through the old storm sewers. Like I said, I looked it up. The house was conveyed to J.M. Johnson in 1920. Now, whether the house was built at that time, I'm not sure about it. I don't know whether historically or not, whether it's a historical building.
I don't think it has a designation.
It does not have a designation, no. I do not know because I don't, it really just served the purpose as residence. That's all it was.
I mean, we can have roadside parking and then whatever queue up in there.
But Natty, don't you agree that we've got some drainage problems? We have some parking problems. There's gonna be a lot of money spent there.
Yeah, so we had like a DRC meeting per se with Mike last week, and we talked about, you know, some of the challenges that we potentially saw. You know, we do want to make sure that we're taking drainage into consideration. There's still residents around the area. And another thing that came up was I know the city of Anahuac recently did a zoning map. So I'm not sure, Mike, if you looked into that to see what that track is zoned as.
That has not been approved as yet.
It hasn't been approved yet? Okay.
So why can we approve an up to amount kind of on a fact finding mission of like maybe $20,000 and we fund that at CIPC? I mean,
Yeah,
Commissioner
I don't
Gordon,
know.
you rarely ask for CIPC money.
There's no reason why we couldn't. We got monies in there.
And maybe we and then if we come to determine that it's going to cost $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, we can revisit how to spend that item and fund that at a time to be determined. But as for the budget item, Mike, just to find out what we need to do,
Yeah.
I think we should maybe fund it out of CIPC. So,
And 20,000 will be started.
yeah, is that okay with you? I mean, is that cover it?
All right, let's make a motion on it separately, to approve up to 20,000 on CIPC for,
Investigation.
For renovations too,
Yeah.
Bradley.
investigation for renovations.
Yep. Grand idea.
All right,
So moved.
motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any other questions? Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, back to the consent, total consent. Precinct 1,
Good, Judge.
2,
Good.
3, 4.
I'm good.
All right, entertain a motion to approve the changes of pulling 1920 and the correction on Herman Bondenstein. Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Gore. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. It's 12:07. We'll go to executive session on 2.2.
Did we do 1.2?
No, we pulled 1.2.
Okay, sorry. Thanks, Sheriff.
That's okay. Okay, with that, we will recess. And possibly other items under personnel. What else? Personnel, sale, purchase of real property, or FMLA extensions. Alright, call come to order after, executive session 2:03 PM. And we'll go back to 2.2. Go ahead and entertain a motion.
Motion to deny the payment of legal services of $400,000 due to lack of information in detail from the invoice.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Dagley, second by Commissioner Tice. Any comments, questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We are adjourned at 2:04 PM.